Welcome to my YouTube channel. Please press subscribe if you guys will enjoy this tutorial. Actually, I already built this with you guys in a previous videos. Actually, that's a future video, but I will put a beginning. That's the application overview we're going to build. Is basically the task to do up with beautiful example models. We can finish the task. Also, we can delete the task. We can create a new task. We have full validation. We can go back, we will have breadcrumbs, we will have navigation, we will build also the profile page. If you want to update any of these fields, you have to enter your current password. You can change the password, that's optional. And also we're gonna build full authentication. We will build the alert components, breadcrumb component, and that's a custom authentication. If you guys want to build this together with me, it's not more like a lessons, just follow me up, and I'm gonna try to explain something more about Laravel, especially if you're a beginner, you have some experience with Laravel, or you have some prior PHP knowledge. I'll see you guys in the next video. Thank you for watching, I'll see you then. Welcome back. 1 minute I want to talk about my setup in this tutorial. I'll be using Laravel and PHP Storm. You feel free to use any of them. You can use, example, instead of Laravel, you can use XAMPP or MOMP. Instead of PHP Storm, you can use Visual Studio Code, or there's dozens other code editors. I assume you already have prior PHP knowledge and you have your dev setup ready. And because I just want to mention that, because I'm not going to show how to install the software, how to install Composer and stuff like that. I assume you already have all that installed, or if you don't have, you can just quickly search and here on YouTube or just quick Google. It's not very complicated. It's gonna take you like 5-10 minutes to do it, and that was what I want to talk about, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this lesson we're gonna create our force controller. Also, I don't want to go to explain each folder right away and each feature and each file in Laravel, because I don't want to get you guys overwhelmed. Example, we have a folder called app. In folder app we have another folder called HTTP, and then we have other folder called control. This is where your controllers are located. Then we have a folder called resources. Views, this is where your views are located. Example, this welcome.blade.php file is this file, this view, as you say. Then we have a folder called routes, and we have file inside called web.php. Here is the route. It's all built in the Laravel. Example, we have route get slash. That's actually the main route. It just returns view. Immediately it returns the view called welcome. This is welcome. You don't need to write entire file name here, welcome.blade, you just write welcome. Because Laravel already knows that's all in just the blade syntax they use in Laravel. It's very cool things to have it. It's a really good feature in Laravel, good tool. As you see, it's working. Now, please open the terminal in your code editor, or no matter what way you have your environment set up. Since I use PHP Storm, my terminal is located here, or you can press, it says Alt plus F12. I just press here, and I write PHP artisan make controller. Since we're gonna start with authentication, I'm gonna call controller auth controller. Press enter, and you see it created a file named authcontrol.php in controllers folder. I can open this file, and here we can define our force function. I will name our force function public function login. Since I want to return the view first, I'm gonna call login page. And here how to return the views. I just simply write return view. Because I want to have a folder called auth, I just write auth and file want to name login.login. And it says unknown view. We can actually create view by from here. Actually create for me, or you can just go file, just new directory, name it auth login.php. I just click that. I shouldn't do that, but I will try to keep things slower in the next video. So we have login page. You can just simply write here login page to see if it returns something. I can open that up or write /login and nothing there. 404 not found. This is because we didn't define our route. So I go to web.php. I can delete that. I write route get /login, open brackets. I write auth controller. So this is the controller, and what function inside the controller? Since we don't have a function named login, we name it login.page. I copy that. And here's the name of the route, how you want to call this route. It's easy to access from your application later on. I will call login.index. Example, we have route now defined. We go back, we refresh the page, as you see, login page. Login page. It's easy to return the views. So we don't need that welcome.blade, we can delete later on. And next lesson I'm gonna show you, not gonna show actually, next lesson we're gonna download the theme, we're gonna set up the theme, we're gonna start make our first layout, and later on we're gonna make the form. Thanks for watching, I'll see you then. Welcome back. In this lesson we're gonna set up our theme. Please go to the page bootswatch.com. I decided to use this theme because it's based on Bootstrap and it's very easy to use. I don't want to use any Tailwind or other or custom CSS. We just need something looking good and just work off the box. So if you go to this link, I will leave this link in description, and if you just navigate back, I want to use the theme. I want to use Sketchy. Just simply download the theme. I want to download the minified version. Just press Bootstrap, this one, just bootstrap.min.css, click it, and save in your downloads, or you can just navigate to local disk. This for me, but you can save just in your project public folder as well. So I go to Laravel, www, to do up, public folder, and I want to create a new folder there. I'm gonna call assets, and here I'm gonna create new folder again, CSS. Gonna open that, I'm gonna save it, and once I go back to my to-do app, I can see it's been saved in my assets folder. Or if you don't have, if you're on a Mac or Linux, you can just simply download and you can just go to public folder, just create new folder or directory is called here, called assets, and make a new file, another directory CSS, and just drop the file into this folder. So we have our theme fully downloaded. So I think it's based on Bootstrap version 5.3, so we can just simply open the Bootstraps. I think it's called, sorry about that, get bootstrap.com. As you see, we can go on documentation. We can simply, actually that includes, we need that JavaScript file. We're not gonna install, actually we can just use this one of this. just go to this page. I will leave this link in description as well. And the second step, include bootstraps in JSON. You will just copy entire code and go back to your code editor. Open that up. Go to the resources, views. For now, I want to make the layout. We're gonna create a new folder called layouts. And here I'm gonna call this layout, I'm gonna call auth.blade.php and simply paste that code here. I can refactor the code. To me, I press Ctrl Alt Shift L. It's in the PHP store. I just refactor my code to look better. It's no matter, you don't have to do that, so it's just only me. So that's our first layout created. In the next lesson, we're gonna continue with the layout. We're gonna include our file, and we're gonna leave this script file as is. And I'll see you next lecture. Thank you for watching. See you then. Welcome back. In this lesson, we're gonna continue to set up our layout. So, since we're returning the login page, we want to extend this page to this layout. You'll ask how to do that, but it's actually very, very simple. Oh, actually, before we start doing that, we can delete this one and we can include our own theme file. To include the assets from the public folder in Laravel, we're doing this. We open double curly braces, you write asset, and then we write there where they're located. They're located in assets folder. It's actually, my code editor is so smart, it's actually shows me where this, so I just write assets /css /bootstrap.min.css. This is how we include our own assets, since we use custom theme for this purpose. Just write this down. Okay. Next thing, we want to set up the main layout file for this. I'm simply gonna delete this one. I'm gonna make container. Just open div with class container. That's a simple bootstrap. Then, for this case, I want a card to be centered in middle of the screen for login and registration page. I write display flags, justify content center, align items center. I want to give viewport of 100% height, so VH100. Then I want to give a width for a card, so I will give width of 75. Next, we can create a card. We can create a, we need to create a card header. So this is where the, actually that's going to be h3, not the div. Just write h3 card header. There's going to be a name here, so I'm going to show you how to do that dynamically in a second. Then we want card body. This is simple bootstrap, so and we can just write common content goes here, and in Laravel Blade syntax we have helper called add yield. This actually would explain it yields. If something extends to here, we're gonna call content. This is our file. Now our layout's actually completely ready to be used. In login page, we can delete that. We write add extends. We write layouts dot auth, and we need to define the section content, and we need to end the section hello from login page. This is the section content what yields in here. Next we can see how something happened, so I'm gonna refresh the page as you say, but we don't have any car header name or anything like that. We're gonna fix that right now. So in login page, and this tutorial we will do simple way. We're just gonna open PHP and PHP. This is the blade syntax. Is basically if you do normal OP, you just core PHP, you don't open PHP like this. It's just basically the same thing. So I want to add page title. That's page gonna be login. Refactor it, and we go back here. So we have this variable available now here. Actually, we can change it here too. We do double curly braces, right, as page title, and I'm gonna give a fallback to login in case this variable is not available. So we can copy that and we can paste it here as well. You can name it differently, you can write home or whatever. It's just a fallback. It shouldn't fail, but in that case if it fails, we just nice to have something. We go back, login, and login there. So also I don't know what. Yeah, hello from login page. This is our not main, that's authentication layout is set up. I'm gonna explain later on in the course why I do two separate layouts for the main layout and auth layout, but for now just follow me and you will get things clear in one of the next lessons. So thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next lesson. Welcome back. In previous lessons we successfully created our authentication layout page. We successfully extend our login page to our layout. In this lesson we're gonna create a similar way but only for registration page. Simply we can just create a new file, register.blade.php. We can copy all, we can paste here hello from register page. That's gonna be register. Now we're gonna make a route. We can copy that, register. That's gonna be auth controller. We're gonna actually just name register page, register.index. I know I was saying in the previous lesson we're gonna start making the form, but actually we need to start with the registration, not login, because obviously we need the user first before we can log in. Okay, we can just register page. Auth register. Okay. Unknown view. Oh, sorry about that. I created layouts file. That's my mistake. Just drop it there. Sorry if you done the same way. Just cut the file and put in auth folder. We can actually add comments for this one. Login page. Register page. Okay, let's see if it's working. Let's refresh the page and we write register. Yes, we have our registration page. Now in the next lesson we're gonna create a registration form finally, or a forced post form, so we can make a user, and in following lessons we're going to create a login form and you will see how we're gonna log in the user. Thank you for watching. I'll see you in next lesson. Welcome back. Now we're going to create the register form. Go to register page. We can just simply create a form first. Form. Then we need to create a form elements. Before I do that, I want to just open our bootwatch.com, and to see what elements we have, we can use it. We just click preview, and let's see that if we scroll it down, you can see we have some inputs there. Inputs here. An example, we will need email address. We can copy that. Also, we will need validation. Let's see how validation works for this specific theme. Where's the validation? Has danger, so it actually has a class has danger. We have invalid feedback and is invalid. Okay, we're gonna keep that in mind. Okay, let's go back to our code. Let's paste that. Okay, that's gonna be email. What else we need? We need name. We'll need password, and we will need password confirmation. Let's delete this margin stop. We don't need that. And in here, okay. Let's start with name. Or name. Type. That's not type email. It's type text. That's for name. We need to give it ID name. This one we won't need that. And we can write placeholder your name. And this one we don't need that. Okay. Let's do same for email. You can leave type email, but they're gonna show it's no matter in Laravel, because in Laravel you're gonna validate if it's email address in the backend anyway. You could leave that. Personally, I know some developers they leave just email and they don't validate in backend, but simply you can inspect element, you can change that in the browser, the tags, and you can see how some websites actually failing. So I just write tags because I always validate in backend. We go ID email. We can delete this one. You write your email address with this one. So next we can start the password. Type password or password. Enter password. Can delete this one. Well, next we'll need password confirmation. Let's write password confirmation. Sorry, my English isn't great, so it's not my first language. I apologize if you guys don't understand some words. Okay, I was meant to, for IDs I like to do it this way. can write just confirm password. Can actually just simply copy that, paste it there. Okay. Oh, we need to give the names because we're gonna sum the forms. We will need this one's name, email. This from where we're getting values later on in the backend. Name, password, name, password confirmation. We can just copy that and change this bit there. Not no hyphen but underscore. I'm just gonna refactor the code quickly. Okay. Just follow up and just pause for a second if you need to write everything down. Okay. Now we need a submit button so we can create a div with flags. Obviously we need a submit button and we will need some link if user already have account so he can click it. Just go to the login page, justify content between align items standard. Did I write it right? Yeah, that's fine. Now we need a button. We type submit. Then we're gonna give the class btn success and just simply register. Then we're gonna create an empty, just no, not empty div, just a div without any class. Here we're gonna write already have an account, and we're gonna give the link with href. That's gonna be our route, that's helper route. That's actually getting these names we're getting from here, login.index. That's how you write the route, so you don't need to write entire the route. Like example, like what I mean, you don't need to write like slash login. You don't need to do that, just like that. Then we're just gonna write login. Let's see how it look like. Look quite nice, but I think we need a bit more like a margin between them. They're really stacked up, so it doesn't look too great for now. And here we can give class margin bottom 4. Yeah, that looks alright. That's, I think, gonna do the trick. Yeah, looks way better. Okay, in next lesson we're going to actually post this form. We're gonna create a route and we're gonna post the form to our backend. Thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hi, welcome back. Now we're going to post our route, not route, our form. Sorry about that, I'm a bit tired today. Got up early. And let's work on our post request. The first thing, we can actually make a route. We can copy this route and just change from the get. It's gonna be route : post, because we're gonna post it. Then we need to create a new function. We're gonna call register store and register store. Let's open all controller. Let's create this function, public function register store. This is how you define, you always need request and variable request. So because that comes as a request to the backend from the front end. This is how things are working Laravel, so keep in mind. So first things first, we need probably validate. What else we need to do? Then we need to create user, and also we will need to redirect user to the login page. Right, success message, something like that. I'm right? Yeah. Okay, we can call this command, we can just name it well done that incoming registration data. Let's validate. We create first variable, validated data. Then we create request. It comes from the request in here. And then we do this arrow and we just validate this request. So we need to put some rules here. Example, name is required. It must be a string. And example, we need some minimum letter is going to be like 2. Example, I know people in China have some 2-letter names, so not obviously 1. We need at least 2. And max 255. Obviously, I don't know if some person has named it 255 characters, but we will never know. So okay, we can just leave like this. Then we need to validate email address is required. We need that. It must be of type string as well, and here's that email. These are built in the framework. It actually takes these rules from the framework and validates against the incoming value. Like example, name, we say it's required. It must be a string with minimum of 2 letters, a maximum of 205 letters. So example here, email is the same, is required, must be a string, and it must be an email. This is where I mentioned earlier about that text or email type input. So for me, it's no matter, you can leave as text and just ULD here anyway. And also we need to check if email is unique in a database. So we also always check unique colon users table email field. So Laravel handles automatically for us. So that's a good thing to use the framework, because see, if you come from core PHP, you're gonna write way more bunch of code just to achieve same functionality in Laravel. This our framework's actually for, so shorten your development time. So next, password is required. It must be a string and must be conform. So I'm gonna show you what that conform mean. We can copy that. We need password underscore confirmation is required and must be a string, because this checks against that these both values. That stands for this one. This is how Laravel works. So also we could add more rules. Example, in Laravel we have a example. I'm going to show you some things, but we need to change a little bit here. So you need to open the brackets, do this separately. There might be a better way to do it. Sorry, but I'm not like a really professional Laravel developer, but I have some experience working with this framework. And we can just import the password. Ilmate support for sites password. And we have here, we can check men of 8. Also we can check if we have mixed case letters, has letters, numbers and symbols. So basically it says, oh, what's wrong here? No, that's not, that's actually must come from validation sort. Sorry about that. Should be different. Validation rules, yeah, it's this one. Change that to this one. Yeah, we can just leave like this. We can just. I don't really prepare for these lectures. I just code on the go. I just only pause video, going to grab some coffee or something. Okay. We can actually import this class as well. We simply just use it comes from the validation rules password. Import this one, this class. Yeah, it comes from the framework, so it's built in the framework. So okay, we can delete this one. You can leave it or you can just import on the top. Okay, let's see what we have here. Okay, we can try to post data to see if we can, for now, the whole data form. Okay, we're going to that next lesson. Thank you for watching. I'll see you then. Welcome back, and now we're going to try to post the form. Before we start posting, we need to know our route is register.store. If we go back to registration page, we can actually close this layout file and login. We don't work there at the moment. We open here in action, we just write open curly double braces, route register.store. Method is post. Okay, let's try to post to see what's happening. Let's refresh the page. And it shows 409 page expired. This is because we need to also include CSRF token. Time tokens are created for safety, for cross-site scripting attacks, they call something like that. And we include this token. We have actually helper in Laravel, blade helper. Just simply add CRF. Okay, let's try to post it now. You can see it's actually posts, but it's actually redirects our back because we have some validation errors. At the moment we don't display them, but we will display them right now. So to see, we need to add class as danger. Also we need to add class as invalid, and also we need to add invalid feedback. We can copy the invalid feedback. Let's go back to the code. Display that everywhere. You can do that, or you can delete the text because we don't need that text anyway. And let's work first. It says we will need a class as danger to add to the main element. Okay, but how are we gonna do that? We simply just check with another blade directive or helper we have called add error. And we passed what error? We write name, and then we conditionally add this class. Has danger, I guess, yeah, has danger, something like that. And we need to end error. And we can copy all this bit of code. And where's the for control? We need to add the class with invalid feedback, I guess. Invalid. No, it was not invalid feedback, because invalid feedback we have is invalid. I think it was. Yeah. And here's the same way. Just simply write add error name. Actually, I can copy that. Refactor the code. And here we just simply add the message, because that message will come from here. So Laravel will know they need to add this name message and this variable called message. And let's see if we create our first bet. Just let's see how it look like if you're trying to post it. Beautiful. We have full validation. We have all the border around the input, and we have a message. The name field is required. And I'm gonna pause the video. It's not gonna be very complicated. I want you guys to do the same for all these 3 inputs. I'm gonna pause the video. I will do it. And if you guys can't, I will actually do it. You can just pause it. I'm gonna just pause for another second. You can just write it down if needed. And pause it now. I want you guys to do the same thing for these 3 inputs in the code. Welcome back. I hope you guys were successful. And let's say, so basically we just add the same thing here. Add error email as danger class, and we finish the error here. Same thing as there. We just simply change the email, and this basically stays the same. We just need to change that to email, and message stays the same. And here I see it's have a small mistake. That's not the password. That's actually not the email. That's a password. Probably you guys noticed that earlier. So my apology. And we'll see if it works. If you guys need to pause, write this down. Hope you guys got it. Let's try to post the form, and we have full validation. In the next video, we're going to store the user file in a database, and we're gonna create a login form, and we're gonna attempt to log in the user. Thank you for watching. I'll see you next lesson. Hello, in this lesson, actually we're gonna start to set up another thing. I was watching, like, we actually need some alerts. Example, we're gonna register the user. We want to show some feedback or some alert to tell the user your account has been created successfully or something like that. For that, actually we can copy this and copy this. In this tutorial we're just gonna use danger alert and success alert, but you feel free to experiment. You can get warning, you can get info, and there's another tree. I assume this one is primary or light or whatever. So I'm gonna copy this one, copy code. Let's go back to the code editor, and in here I'm gonna create another folder called components. And we're going to create new file. We're going to call alert.plate.php. We're creating this file inside the components folder. Let's paste the code we just copied. And what we have here, actually we can copy another code. Let's copy the danger as well. Copy, paste it here. And here basically we're just gonna check it with at directive they call at if. We need to check if session has message success to finish the statement, and if I know I was saying like I changed some things because I didn't really prepare, so because this is important to have some feedback for the user. And here just simply gonna display the session success, because this one actually comes from the framework as well. That's a helper. You can read about more if you want. If an array is passed as the key we'll assume you want to set an array of values. These are helpers just built in the frameworks that they were very useful. We can just leave this way. We can do the same thing for that. Session error at undef. We can just do the same session error. This is look correct, and we can include this file in our layouts. And where we want it, because we want the alert to be same width as a card, we're just simply gonna do it here. We can actually leave the comment alert messages and include simple Laravel directive called at include components alert. So we'll include in our layout page, so we have alerts available both in our registration page and login page if we need it. Let's go back to the registration page. Things are looking great in here. Now we can go to, we can actually close that alert. I think that's done. Go back to auth controller, and now we need to create the user. So simply just can create a new user record in the database using, because we need to use the validated data. Always use validated. Don't get any data from request immediately in here. Always just take it from there. Data. And we need to access the user model. Simply do user create. When we passed validated data. Of the passwords, you don't need to hash them, because I'll show you one thing. If you go to app, models, user, it's all the cast passwords to be hashed. So you don't need to do that manually anymore. Latest versions of Laravel. I can't remember. I think one of the older versions you need to use bcrypt PHP function or something like that. But in this case we don't need it. Also we have fillable name, email, password. Nothing else is fillable by the user. So, and then we need to redirect user back with a message. We simply return redirect. No, we're not gonna use that. I'm gonna use the route. I like to use the routes. It's up to you guys. Route login dot index. This don't look at that. This is by my code editor. Just only go start there. And we pass the message with, we write success. That will flash the message to the session, and that message will be available on our alert component. You just can say your account has been created successfully. that's all we need to do. If we try to store the user now, just make sure you run your migrations. PHP artisan migrate. These commands always migrate your migrations files. Example, we have users. As you see, we have name, we have ID, name, email verify at, password, and remember token, and timestamps. Timestamps are just created at and updated at. I'll need to do another bunch of stuff like password reset tokens. We're not going to do that in this tutorial, and sessions because we used our driver as a database. Also, before we do that, we need to delete this database.sqlite, and when we got .env file, database connection, we're gonna write MySQL, and make these variables are available. Call. I think it for Laravel it creates the same database, but just make sure you put your right MySQL credentials, like user mine's probably root with empty password because I use Laravel. I can check that out. I go to tools, PHP my admin, root. Yeah, I have to do up in here, so I'll create a database for me automatically. It's handled by Laravel. I know in XAMPP you might need to do that manually. Don't really remember because I've been using Docker for a while and now Laravel. Okay, let's try to run our migrations. Yeah, successful. Let's check our database. Yeah, we have all the tables. At the moment we just worry about this table. Let's see if we can store some data. I'm just gonna copy this link and open my inito node. Okay, let's refresh. I'm gonna create user John 2, email John 2 at example.com. Give a password. And click register. Well done, your account has been created successfully. Let's check our database. Yes, we have user there. And the next lecture we're gonna create a login form. We're gonna try to attempt login the user. Thank you for watching. I'll see you then. Hello and welcome back. I just make a small mistake. I did record the next video and then something happened with my recording software. It didn't save it and I need to do everything again. Okay, and this lesson we're going to create a login page and we're gonna attempt to login the user. No, we're not actually gonna attempt to login user in this lesson, but in a following lesson. But in this lesson we're gonna create the validation. We're gonna write all the logic to authenticate the user, and that's basically gonna be it for this lesson. So for things, we can go to resources, views, we can open our auth login page and we can create a form here. And we can actually open the register, we can copy some things. Example, we need an email, which you can just copy that. We will need a password, so it's basically the same thing. Hope you guys understand me because I say again, English not my first language. Sometimes I'm struggling with it. Okay, we add also CRS threading, don't forget to do that, and it's gonna be post method as well. Next step, we can write the route for it on web.php file. We just simply can copy this route. It's gonna be route colon post. We're gonna post to the login page. It's gonna be auth controller. We're gonna create a new function. We're gonna call it login store, and we're gonna give a name for this route, login store. Now let's open our controller. Here we okay. I did add comment for this one actually. You can do the same. Always leave comments for your codes. Make life easier for developers in future who might work on your code. It's always good practice. Comment your code. I did read some codes before where it was 0 comments and it take me ages just to understand what's going on. Login store. This is the method we're going to create. It's the same method here. It's actually can navigate it. Okay. First thing, what logic we want to create. There's actually one. Actually, it's not going to be very long code. Just bear with me. I'm going to try to explain it. I'm not a really good teacher for that, but I hope you guys can understand that. So first thing, you need to check if authenticated user can be authenticated with provided credentials, and also we need to validate credentials. We can do this way. We can basically do the same. We can do the validate, and then we can pass validated variable to auth facade to attempt the login. But you can actually inline everything. So we can just write check if the user can be authenticated with provided credentials. Simply we're gonna do the if statement. Let's open the if statement, and here we're gonna check if not auth attempt, then we're gonna have the request here, because in a gonna pass we can do inline request validate. So that's a post request, so we need to open the request here. Let's go back to request validate, and here we open the brackets. I need to check the email required string email. We need to do the same, but password is required, must be a string. So what we want to do if validation fails. There's two ways. You just pick the way you like better. I'm gonna show you two ways. We can just return back with a error message, simply like here, if you like this, or we can throw exception. So let's start with this one, return redirect. We can redirect just back with error. So we're gonna catch errors in our alert component, and we just simply say authentication failed. That's all we need to do in this bit. Then if validation is okay and we did successfully attempt to authenticate the user, always regenerate the token. It's very important. Simply do like this: request session regenerate. This manually regenerates the session ID, because this is very crucial. Remember guys, for security, that helps to prevent fixation attacks. You can read more about it. I don't really have a resource, but if you probably simply copy this and just Google, and if you go, it's really necessary to call session after login or after login. So there's not, but I always do that. I'm sure you can find more explanation. Actually, securing Laravel session with ID regeneration. So it's actually highly recommend you to do that. Just always, it's not a bad thing to do it. Okay, let's close this one. I'm gonna try to search some resources. Gonna leave in description, or you guys, if I don't leave it, you guys require in the comments. I'm gonna try to answer my best to give you some resources. I know sometimes it's very hard to explain things because once you learn a framework and you just know how things are working in the framework, it's very hard to explain to someone else. It's just maybe I'm not really good at it, but when you regenerate the session ID, you can just say this is crucial security step that helps prevent session fixation attacks. Also, you guys, you need to remember, it doesn't matter if you guys use the framework. If you're gonna write crappy code in frameworks, Laravel not gonna even save you. So always try to do best practices. I know this the trolling making our own notification, but if you use something like Laravel Breeze or Jetstream, it's actually doing all for you. But I find that maybe it's a good point to show a couple things, what's happening in framework itself. Not using any scaffolding, but creating your own. It's not actually very difficult to do it, as you say, and I hope you guys enjoy. Here we can we regenerate token, and then we can return. Then that's mean we need to redirect user to the home page, but we don't have a home page yet. We will create the route. We can call maybe home index. You know, logged and something like that. Just comment this out because I think it will throw the error. We don't have this route. So let's see what's happened if we trying to post the form now with the, don't forget to give the route here. That's gonna be login to store, and if we go in here, so okay, we don't have buttons. Okay, we can just copy this one's same thing. That's gonna be login. Just write down get register index register. Yeah, it's looking great. Okay, we put the name. I copied the wrong thing. Actually, we can go back to register. Why copy the name? We need email. You guys probably already noticed we need the email, not name. The email field is required, the apostrophe field is required. See, all the validation works, just basically from here it fails in this step. It didn't even attempt to do that because first is validation. Okay, let's try to put the wrong email. See what happens. We have nice alert message, and I'm gonna show you a second way, the way I prefer to do it. It's up to you, so you don't have to. You can leave this one. I'm just gonna comment this out, and we can just basically throw validation exception with messages. And basically what messages? That's main. And what input want? Yeah, I want to show an email message. I just basically want to say authentication failed. That's all I want to say. If we try again, mail at mail.com, put wrong password, nicely, authentication failed. We don't want to show it's wrong email or wrong password, nothing like really specific, because you don't want to do that. You want to keep your application safe and secure. You want to give less clue for potential attacker who trying to gain access to someone else's account. This is good practice, just give generic message, and that's it. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in next lesson. Next lesson we're gonna create a home page. We're gonna create a new layout. Probably we're gonna start the layout. I'm gonna create a home page, and following lessons we're gonna attempt to authenticate user first. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you then. I'll come back. Actually, in this lecture, sorry, it won't take long. I want to go back to register page. I didn't include one good feature. For example, trying to register the user. Example, we put the name. We didn't put any other fields, and say our names disappeared. It's no errors and there's no name. We will need to fix that. It's actually very easy fix in Laravel. And we just go back to register page. Where is the value? We just add value, and we have a helper called old, and we give old name, and we can copy that. We can do the same for email, and obviously you don't want for passwords, just for name and email. If we go back, we read something, we register, I see it's there. That was only 1 minute video. I forgot to point out in previous lectures. I realized like that's good. That's a good thing to show it, and it's really important in some forms in case user just fills entire big form and he just do something wrong and he submits the form and he needs to type everything again. It's going to be really annoying. Okay, thank you for watching. I'll see you next lecture. Hello and welcome back. In this lecture, we're gonna first think we're gonna create the main layout, and we're gonna create a home page. Okay, let's start it. Let's go to views. We have layouts. I'm gonna create another layout. You actually can do the same layout for both and authentication, but to me, I like to keep things separate. Actually, we can copy all this. We can paste. They're actually gonna be by same thing, because the way I like to choose two different ones. Example, now all controller, I want my alerts to be same width with a card, and I don't like to do a lot of if, auth. There's actually one directive you can actually just go at auth and auth, and you can write whatever to show if user is authenticated, but I don't like to do that, so I just always create two separate layouts because I want my card to be nicely centered, and then I need to make some tricks just to make them alerts look nice or whatever. So this way I just create two separate layouts. It's one hard, so it's not really duplicate, so I'll just follow me up and you'll understand why. Okay, I just copy that. We will have same bootstrap. There could be page title or home. We can delete all that. So as we remember in our application, what we will need a navigation, we will need a breadcrumb, we will need a card, and we will need a table. If we open this one, we can start with navigation. This one looks great. Let's copy this one, copy code. We can put the navigation there. Next thing, we want the breadcrumbs. There was some nice breadcrumbs in this one. Here, you can use, just gonna use this one. Copy that, go back, and we will need a card. We can just write card, and here we're gonna actually this time we're gonna do the div card header, my to do list. Here we're gonna add the card body, and here we want the table. We can find the table. Scroll up, here's one table. We can just copy entire code. We're gonna fix that. Just give the main layout how it look like. yeah, main layout. And we can delete actually welcome.blade. And here in view, so I'm gonna create new file, home.blade.php. And actually for now we're just gonna extend at extends layouts main. We will do section in a second. Now we don't have a yield directive yet, but we will do in 2 seconds. I just want to log in the user how it looks like. Let's create the route. We need home route. Also later on we need to protect these routes. So we have route cat. Actually that's gonna be just slash. And let's create new controller. PHP artisan make controller. I will call home controller. Is gonna be very plain controller with a single method. Yeah, home controller -r. That's me. That's resource control. Well, you'll see it's gonna create some couple functions for us already. We can use them. For example, we create our home controller. As you see, it's already created because we specify with R. It creates resource control. We have index, create, store, show, edit, update, and destroy functions in it. But in this control we have only one single one, so we're gonna return the view. Return view home. And once we go back to auth class, we want to go there and slash. That's gonna be home controller, or you can just include it like that, or I like to do this way. It imports class for me. It's gonna be index. Gonna name this route home index. Okay, we have success. You're not logged in. Yeah, that's fine. And it should work. Yeah, that's totally fine. Let's try to log in with all real credentials. If you can remember what user I created, I think it was John Doe at example.com. Password. As you see, we have this nice layout what we just created. Okay, next lecture we're gonna clean this layout up. We're gonna separate the navigation and breadcrumbs into separate components. And also table is gonna be in the main page. Actually entire card maybe. We'll see, and thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Hi, and welcome back, and today we're gonna continue with our main layout and home page. Okay, let's start working. Let's go to our code. We can close this for now. We don't need this. An example, we have main. Just list what things we have. We have navigation, we have breadcrumb, and we have a card. Card basically want only the home page. We can cut this one and we can just yield content, and we can paste entire card with table inside home.blade.php file. Next things, we want to actually separate the navigation into separate component. I'm gonna call nowbar.blade.php. Let's copy all that, paste there, and let's include it at include components nowbar. For navigation, let's add some padding of 3 my3, just this padding on the top and bottom, so it looks a bit better. Okay, let's see how it looks like. Nothing disappeared, at least some separation right now. It's not stick on the top. Looks a bit better. Yeah, it's fine. let's create new component for a breadcrumb. Breadcrumb plate.php. Let's cut that. Paste here. We're gonna include components. Breadcrumb. So you can actually leave the. Actually, we want to include the alert messages as well, where we want just write maybe just like below the breadcrumb. I guess it will be a good place. Include components alert. We have reusable components, as you see. We can use alert everywhere we need to. Let's add some comments. Navigation. It's gonna be breadcrumb. It's gonna be alert messages. You can actually write content goes here. So basically this is it for now. To be honest, I don't like how that white and white looks. Let's make maybe some different color. We can actually, in this case, we can start our CSS file, and actually that's all the tailwind stuff. We can delete that, and we just can just write on the body. We're just gonna give some color to the body. Background color. It's probably you hear about this XXXXX. It's just nice lately, and we will need to include this file with our white, because we're using white similar like Webpack, but in these days modern used white. And here just open add white directive, open brackets, single quotes, and write the resources up.css, and also we can include right away the JS file, especially take to CS and up.js. Let's go back. If you go on console, and also make sure your development npm run dev run your server runs. We'll see. Yes. And that's actually got same color for some reason, but we can fix that. I think navigation BG light, we just maybe gonna add the same class for the breadcrumb BG light. I like a bit separate things. It's not blending, you know, all the same at least. To me it looks better. It's up to you. Okay, let's go back to the code. We're not gonna work on breadcrumbs right now. So we have navigation. Maybe we can work some things on the navbar. What do you think? Example, we're gonna give different name to do last. And yeah, I already have a route for it. We have home route. We can put the home route route .index. What else? We can delete actually this one. We don't need that search in here. I like to add the search in different place. We're gonna add that into the home header, but we will need to change a couple things. Just paste that there. Just cut it and leave there for now. Let's see how it look like. And also we want this maybe to be to the right. Where's the drop down? Collapse. Yeah. That's this one there, yeah. Okay. Need to cut this out. We need to create new UL. nav bar, nav, paste that there. I think because of that should align. Yeah, it does. It does. It's now there. Here we just want to add logout button for user to log out. And actually we need to create a function for that as well. We're just gonna say logout. We can delete these two. Here, end of the course, we're gonna create a profile page as well. I'm just gonna write it now. And things about the logout, we need to give the href, but first we need to create the function to do that, because we haven't created any logout method or function for it. So let's go to our auth controller. Let's add the code for the comment for this one. That's gonna be login user. And let's create. We can just simply, yeah, we can do that. Yeah, it's just really fine. Yeah, it's actually we need log the log the user out of the application, and we use our auth side. It's actually for me autocomplete, just auth that logout. And also we want to invalidate all the session tokens as well. Invalidate the current session request session invalidate. And we're gonna regenerate CSRF token as well. Regenerate the CSRF token. Because regenerate token, and then we can just actually we're gonna go to sorry, I autocomplete. I press the tab. We're just gonna return redirect route login.index, and just we're gonna say successful logout. Successful logout. Yeah, that's fine. We can just simply write a comment logout user. So I need to close this one. Like that. Okay, yeah, that's fine. And now we can create the route. It's gonna be post route. You're gonna post to logout. You're gonna go to auth controller function logout. We're gonna give the name, just name. We can just simply say logout. Logout, just simply logout. Okay, but we need to send a post request. Okay, let's go back to navigation, and here this one we just want, but we can't post it. We can't post it, to be honest, like this with the link. We need to just do small trick. Simply logout. Okay, we can just do a bit of inline JavaScript. We can just simply write on click. And actually, let's create the form first. So I can create it even here. Form action. It's gonna be route logout method post. We're gonna give the class to hidden, so this form not gonna be visible to anyone. We can give the ID logout form, and we need to give the CSRF token as well. And here we need to get event prevent default, because we don't want to actually go to the link. This way we prevent this default by default going to the link with the a attribute in HTML, so we just prevent that to do it. And then we're gonna get document dot get element by ID. We're gonna get logout form, and we're gonna submit the form. Submit. Yeah, it should work just right away. I know it's actually fine. It's fine. It's actually very common practice. People doing that, and all the developers do that. I do that myself. And if we go, we're trying to log out. Well done, successful logout. But we can still access this page. We need to protect this page with auth middleware, and also the main routes, normal routes, we need to protect with the web middleware. And I'll show you how to do that in the next lecture. Thank you for watching. I'll see you then. Hello, in this video we're going to protect our routes. Example, these routes we want to protect by web middleware, and these two routes we want to protect by auth middleware. So these two routes are not going to be accessible if user is not logged in. And we can check the documentation. An example, one thing we probably need to wire things up ourselves. For now it's actually working fine, since I want to make one more middleware to redirect the user. Example, if user is logged in and he's trying to access the login or register page, I want him to be redirected back to the home page, and also other way around. So let's start doing things. So okay, we can just simply do this to assign the middleware auth group function. Just open the function, and we can just simply no, actually this is gonna be web middleware. Actually I'm gonna copy that. It's gonna be auth, and it's going to be the web middleware. Okay, if you need a second to write this down, probably I assume you guys already know what middlewares are, what they're doing. There's just like a security guy who just, for example, you have access to access this page, or you don't have access to access this page. You can actually define your own middlewares. Okay, route login not defined. Okay, it's asked us to log in. I know why, because we named our route a bit differently. We're gonna fix that in a second. Okay, we can access that, but once we go there, it throws this message. Let's fix that. In this case, we need to create a separate middleware. Just let's open the terminal. Just write PHP artisan make middleware authenticated. Just write PHP artisan make middleware authenticated, and let's see what happens. And it will create a new folder. We have here middleware authenticated, and here we just want to check it because we're gonna pass our route, so we can just check it. If not auth check, this is how you check the, and then we're just gonna return redirect route login.index. We can just leave the comment check if the user is authenticated. And if it's not authenticated, we're just gonna redirect the user to the login page. And we need to wire this middleware up. If we go to the, I think it was in the bootstrap up.php file, yeah, and we need in this bit middleware function middleware, yeah, we need to work on this bit. Just bear with me, just write as middleware alias, open the brackets, just write auth controller is going to register our middleware. Let's try it again. It's not callable, just I think it was wrong. Import auth control. Oh, wait, auth controller. We need a middleware authenticated. Yes, like this. And it's working, so we can't access this page anymore. Okay, let's do the same thing. So, example, I'm going to log in. And if we're gonna try to access the login page, I can still access with the one lad. Okay, let's fix this too. In this case, let's go back to, I will leave these links in a description below. We can just copy all that. Just copy this part. Just if you go to laravel.com docs, choose your version and middleware. I will leave this link in description. And if you just scroll down, register middleware. Because I want to do that, I'm gonna create another middleware. I'm gonna call it redirect if authenticated. So, and we're gonna give the save route list edit. Because if we define our middleware groups, say manually managing Laravel default middleware groups, if you like to manually manage all the middleware with Laravel's default web and API middleware groups, you may redefine the groups entirely. The example below will define web and API middleware groups with their default middleware, allowing you customize them as necessary. So just copy this bit. I'm gonna copy that. Let's go back to the code. We can just paste it there. Let's create new middleware. PHP artisan make middleware. I'm gonna call it redirect if authenticated. Did I spelled right? Hopefully. Okay. Okay, yeah, that's fine. And we can just go to middleware authenticated. So let's define ours. So first things we can just check if auth check. If auth check is true, what we want to do, we need to get the route names first. As route name, we just request route get name, and we're just gonna simply check against our routes which ones we don't want to be accessed. So example, I don't want to access the login and registration page. Just simply do another if statement. If in array, yeah, if in array as route name is actually I done autocomplete. You can do the same. If in array route name is this, there comes from there. That's actually we need login dot index, and we need register dot index. What we want to do, we want to redirect back to the home page. Return redirect. Actually, I can just do that, not the route name. We're gonna redirect to the home dot index. Easy and simple. So, I can just leave a comment if the user is authenticated, redirect name to the if they're trying to access the login or register page. Let's go back to the app, and we need to include this middleware here. Class, yeah, redirect if authenticated. It's this one. Let's see if it's working now. Go back. I'm trying to go to the login page. Alright, you can't go. See, it's working. Perfect. Okay, thank you for watching. I'll see you next lesson. Next lesson, we're probably gonna start building page to make the. No, actually, first we're gonna define a new model. We're gonna create a migration with the model. We're gonna make the database field what we need. We're gonna migrate. Maybe in the same lesson or maybe next lesson, we'll see how long it takes. We're gonna start creating our first page to create our first to-do list. Thank you for watching. I'll see you then. Welcome back. On this video, we're going to make first thing the seeder, and we're going to make the priorities model with the migration, and also we're gonna make that to-do model with the migration. We're gonna define all database fields what we need. Okay, let's start working. We can start by just opening the terminal. Open your terminal and write php artisan make seeder, and we want 3 priorities. We want in separate table. We want priority medium, no, low, medium, high, and simply you can just make for seeder. Just leave it at this, and now we can actually make a model as well. php artisan make model priority, and do -m. This will gonna create a migration for us as well. And we can first actually define our migration file. Okay, priorities, we will need a name. This table is gonna be string name. Also you want the string and slug unique. Let's delete the timestamps, and let's go to our model. Let's open the, we want to make some fields fillable. Protected, yeah, protected, $sign fillable. Open an array, the brackets, and just simply write name and slug, because we're gonna make these 2 fields to be fillable. Also do $sign public $sign timestamps false, because we're not gonna use any timestamps in this. By default we're using them, but we're not gonna use for this table. Okay, we have priorities, we have the model defined, we have priorities migration defined. Let's go to the seeder. Here we want to see the 3 priorities. Example, just simply write priorities, open an array, and open nested array, and just simply write we need name, low, we need a slug, low. You can actually copy this 2 more times. You feel free to use, actually you can feel free to add more things if you like. I'm okay with 2. Medium, and we're gonna have high and high. Now we want to make a for each loop and call our model to create these 3 priorities. Let's do for each priorities as priority, and we can call priority model to create each of these priorities in our database. We need to call here, and here we actually can delete that, and we call $this, call, and open the brackets, and call priority seeder class. This will call our seeder, this one there. And we can simply do PHP artisan migrate hyphen seed, because we're gonna migrate this migration, and also we want to seed our this database table called priorities. Let's click it. Yeah, successful. Running migrations done. Running done. Let's check our table. Priorities. Yeah, it's done. Okay, now we can define our task or to do. We can call to do model, and we need also to do migration. Oh, let's create PHP artisan make colon model, call to do model hyphen m. It's gonna create migration as well. Let's open our migration, and here we need a couple of things. We need two foreign IDs. Example, we need which task belongs to what. Example, this task belongs to some user, and also this task can have some priority. Example, that's my task, user with user ID 1 or 2, and with one of the priority as well. Simply we can call table foreign ID user ID, that's correct, constraints user table, and also we can call on delete cascade, that's correct. Also we want priority ID, constraint priorities table, priorities on delete cascade. Also we do the string for title, string title. Also I want to actually make long text. Maybe in future I want to add some what you see, what you get text editor. Example, for this specific tutorial we can use just text area, but in future maybe I want to replace text area with some good editor, so I want to add more fields, example, because it says some HTML tags in future, so I'm just gonna do long text. And also we need a boolean, and I'm gonna call is completed table boolean. That's gonna make, I think, tiny integer or something in MySQL. It's complete. By default it's gonna be false. Also, let's open our model and let's make these fields fillable, protected fillable. We need to make fillable user ID, priority ID. We need to make fillable title, description, and with completed. Just write protected, $sign fillable, open an array, and add these values. Let's try to migrate. PHP artisan migrate. Successful. Let's check it if we have it. No database. Yes, we do have. Perfect. I think that's enough for this video. In the next video we're gonna start making our page to create our first task, and also we're gonna probably pull out this task in our home page to make a loop, and I'll see you next video. Thank you for watching. Welcome back. In this video we're gonna start making our create page. Example, we have a page called home. Actually in the home page you have a card. It says my to-do list. And for example, I want to add a button here, and maybe I want to add a link here as well. Okay, let's start. Let's open our code. We can close these things. For now we can just close that. Let's go to resources, views, home.blade.php, and here I want to change a couple of things. Go to home.blade.php and go to the car header example. In here, car header, I want to display flags. I want to justify content between, and also I want to align the items center. And I want a bit bigger. I'm gonna do an h3 tag. And here I can open anchor tag, and we're gonna give the class of btn success. I'm gonna simply write create. See how it look like. Yeah, it looks good, but I don't like alignment with my do. Maybe I'll just give some margin. Class, maybe margin 2. Margin top is gonna be 2. Yeah, it looks better. Okay, once we want to click this button, we want to go to the create page, but first we need to define our controller and the route for it. Let's go to the let's open the terminal. Simply we're gonna write php artisan make controller to do controller, and let's make this resource controller. Simply write -r. Let's go to our controller. We don't need index method because this is gonna be handled by home. You could do in the same one, but I'm okay to do this one. And we have this function called create. It's actually by default show the form for creating new resource. That's correct. Let's return the view. Actually, I want a new folder called to do dot create. It's actually going to be the directory to do. We need a view called create. Let's go to our views folder. Inside resources views, let's create a new folder called to do, and let's create new file inside to do folder called create.blade.php. We want to extend this to the layouts main. We want to go to the section content, and we go end section. Let's create this right if anything is there. Let's go to the routes directory. Let's open our web.php file, and here this route, of course, we want to be protected by auth middleware. Let's go here, and now we're going to show you a new route. It's called resource route. Let's just write route resource route. It's gonna be named to do. It's gonna have to do controller, and since we will, I think we're not gonna use the show. We're gonna use the create, store, edit, update, and destroy. Then simply you can write except index and show. That's mean it excludes these two from our routes because we can define our routes. To do, so we're gonna call to do, and let's go to our terminal now and just write php artisan. You can just write route list. I'll give you all the routes you have defined your application. Example, I make the resource route, and as you see, I have to do create. Actually, we have to do store as well. That's a post. That's a get create. Also, we have delete because that's delete method, and also we have edit. And we can pass actually to do create this there. We can pass to our link, and let's go back to home.blade.php, and we can just open the double curly brace here. That's a blade syntax in Laravel. Let's write route. We're just gonna write to do dot create. Save it. Let's go back to our application. I'm gonna refresh the page. And if I'm gonna click create, open me new page called to do / create. Perfect. Now we can actually design things. So what we will need? We will need an input for a title. We will need text area for description. And also we will need a priority. That's going to be a select option input. Okay, first we can start by designing our card. Let's go back to our code. Let's open create.play.php file inside into do folder. And let's open the card. Let's do h3. We can just simply write maybe create what will be so create a to-do list or something like. What do you think? Yeah, create a to-do list. Yeah, perfect. Oh, that's the, yeah, we're gonna give the class to card header class card header. Let's open the card body now. Card body. Here we will need a form. Method is gonna be post. And here also we need to give the CSRF token. And for example, we can go back to auth login. Maybe we can just copy this. Just copy the name because we don't write everything from the scratch. Okay, let's start with the title. Title for title. So like we can just simply copy that. Type text if error title. ID title. And we can just give maybe just placeholder title. Title. Name title and title. Then we want to open the description, but will we need the text area for that? I can actually just copy that. Oh, that's not gonna be input, that's gonna be the text area. Text area. Oh, I think we need to close the text area as well. Yeah, we need to close text area. Let's see what we have. It's gonna be the description. Description. For description. Type for text, we don't have a type. Form control description. ID description. Placeholder description. Name description. And here description as well. What else we need? We will need the select. First we need to go back to our controller. We need to get our priorities and we need to pass the priorities to our view file. We can just simply write retrieve all priorities. It's actually gonna fix formation. Yeah. And we can just simply call all model priority all, which is gonna simply call all priorities, but we need to assign to the variable first as priorities. And simply let's go to our view file, not view file, let's go to this helper. I think that's helper, yeah. We just do comma, we write compact priorities because we're gonna pass all the data to our view. Let's go back here. We can actually just copy all that, but we will need a select. So there's gonna be the priority ID for priority ID. That's not gonna be the text, it's gonna be the actually select. We don't need a placeholder for that. That's gonna be the name priority ID for actually this one fixed like this. I don't like to be IDs with underscore. I like with hyphen. The name I want to underscore priority ID. And in here we will need the option. And this option is gonna be selected and disable. We're just gonna simply write please select. Then we can do the for each loop. We're gonna loop through our priorities as priority, and we're gonna open the option. We're gonna loop through, and we're gonna assign to each option. Here value is gonna be the as well. Open the double curly braces. Split syntax. Simply do priority ID and set here. Let's open the double curly brace. We need priority name. What else we need? Description. Yeah, that's we need to fix this one. Invalid feedback. Okay, looks good. It's good to me. Actually, we can minimize this one. Yep, and we need the buttons. Actually, going back to our login page, we can just simply maybe copy that. Just let's paste it in there. It's gonna be, yeah, we need just submit. And maybe let's do the another button. Oh, that's gonna be a link. Not type submit, it's gonna be href. We can simply go back to the, that's gonna be like cancel button. I like to include them. And cancel. Maybe what class we can add btn outline danger maybe. Gonna look good. Oh, we can see our form. Let's see our form how it look like so far. Yeah, looks great. Looks really great. What do you think? We can go create. We can cancel. Yeah, we got all priorities, but I see we didn't change the labels. Let's change the labels. Title. Description. That's gonna be priority. Okay, this video is getting a bit long, and the next video we're gonna submit the form. We're gonna validate the form, and we're gonna save this task in the database. Thank you for watching. I'll see you next video. Hello, welcome back. Another issue happened to me. I just recorded a video and my program just crashed and I lost the video. I don't for some reason use a CapCut called screen recorder, and even I have very high-end CPU. I use Intel Core 7 265K with 64GB of RAM, but still for some reason that software crashes very often for me. I don't know what's the issue. Okay, let's go to our create.blade.php file and please fix this error. I noticed that I left description in previous video, and for now we can just add the action or route. That's gonna be route to do dot store, because once you're gonna store, you're gonna go to our controller. We all have route defined because we use the resource route. We already have the routes available. and we're gonna go to this store method. First thing, we need to validate the data. We just simply write request validate, and what we want to validate, we want to validate the priority ID. Just simply write priority ID required. Also, we want to check if it exists colon priority stable ID. We need to check if that ID exists. It's very good practice to do that. Do that always. Then we need to check the title is required string, and maybe you want to add minimum letters, so I'm gonna add minimum letters of 5, and maximum, yeah, I'll be fine with 100. We don't want the titles to be let people post titles too long. Let's do for description the same. You're gonna do required string, minimum maybe of 10 letters, and maybe maximum we can do 3000. Let's go back to our application. Let's try to submit the form and refresh the page. Perfect, works. Okay, actually I did record that previous video, but I'll show you guys to add a couple more things because I lost my video. That's stupid thing always. Something happens. Let's go to create.blade.php. Please open the value and add alt title and description. Just open the double curly braces. Write all description, and in here please just write in the options to the directive if alt priority ID is same as priority ID, just simply write selected and finish the if statement. If you need a second to write this down, because we will need that for this parts example. We want to keep that medium if you try to submit, or example we write some description, you want to keep that. You don't want to let users to fill everything again. If you need a second to do that. Also, I'm gonna post this code on GitHub. I will leave link to the GitHub. If you guys getting stuck, just please open the GitHub page and you can just compare this code with your own code. Let's go back to do controller, and we can just write the comment validate comment to do data. And now we want to store, but first we need to create the relationship from the user model to do model. Let's open our users model. Just go to up models, open the user model, and yeah, I forgot to delete it because previous video didn't save that. Please just create this function in users models. Just scroll down and just write public function in plural to do's has a colon has many, and just return this has many to do class, that's to do model, and specify just add user ID and local ID, but you don't have to do that. Sometimes you just work fine. Don't look at that it's written foreign key or local key. I don't write that just by my code editor. Just keep in mind. If you need 1 second to write down this relationship, I will leave open. Perfect. Let's go back to our to-do controller. And here we can call our helper auth. We can access the user. That's authenticated user, our current user. We can accept the new relationship called to-dos. We can close that, and we can just create new to-do. And here we passed our validated. I didn't assign to the variable. We need to assign to variable called validated data, and pass this variable here. Always pass all the validated data. Never do like this. I'll show you example. Don't do this as request all or something like that. If you see someone do that, please fix that. That's very critical issue, because actually, since we have introduced, we have example user ID fillable, I can pass random user ID to the request, and it will fill it actually. This I never do that. It's just gonna take these values and gonna create new record only with these 3 values. And since we make the relationship, it will assign the user ID automatically for us. But don't never do this in any code. Very bad practice. Then what else we want to do it? We want to redirect the user back. Oh no, actually we want to redirect the user to the home page with a success message. I'm right, yeah. Return redirect route home.index with success message. And we can just say to do created successfully. Let's try to save our force to do. Gonna refresh this page. It's gonna write my first task. My first task is cool. Yeah, like that. Looks great. Let's put medium and let's try to submit the form. We can't see here yet because we didn't retrieve all our to-dos, but we can go to our database and we can see. Okay, I have user ID. I have ID too because as mentioned, I did record first video and it's just my program crashed. But we can see we have our first task saved in database. Perfect. Let's go back to our code and I'll show you good practice to always wrap your code in try catch statement. It's very good practice because we can actually wrap it, try catch, and first catch actually can catch any validation exceptions, and then the second catch statement we can just catch any throwables. For example, we have some connection error with our database or something like that. That's why we want to return some generic message to the user and maybe log any information for our own debug purpose. For example, if we go to the storage logs file, we can actually in the last catch statement log any errors, but we can return nice good looking generic message. I'll show you how I can do it. I'm just gonna run it away. Try. We're gonna catch, and the first catch we're gonna go to our illuminate validation, and we're gonna access the validation exception, and here we just gonna throw exception from there. Actually, let's copy this code. Let's place it in there, and we can do another catch, and here we're gonna catch any throwables errors. Here first we're actually gonna log the message. If you do this backslash, we don't need to import the class. We can just log this slash log error, and we can just simply append it. We have to do controller at store function error. We get the message, we append with the message, and we can append more maybe. Let's append with the for user. Let's append with of user ID. Looks great. And then we can maybe return redirect, not home, but we can just redirect back with error, and we don't want to display any specific errors from our application. We can just simply write failed to create to do, please try again later, or something like that. Let's add comments, don't forget RAM. Create a new to do record for the authenticated user. Redirect back with a success message. That's a validation errors. Validation errors. And here we're just gonna catch any unexpected errors. Log them and return a generic failure message. Oh, sorry about this one. Let's go to this part code. We need to append. Okay, let's go back to our two. Let's go to create. Let's create our second task. My second task is let's do the same description and let's do hi. It's all working. Let's check our database and it's in there. Perfect. In the next video we probably gonna not probably we're going to pull the all out our to-dos from the through the home controller. Actually we're gonna go here next lesson. We're gonna access our all to-dos for this authenticated user and we're gonna return them to the home page and we're gonna loop them through and display them. Thank you for watching. I'll see you next video. Welcome back. In this lesson let's go to the home controller and let's retrieve all our to-dos. So as to-dos, just simply access off user to-dos, and maybe we want to order by maybe descending net priority ID descending, and we're gonna simply get them and we're gonna pass them to our view compact to-dos. Let's go to our home.play.php file and here probably you want to change a couple things. Example, we will need title, description, we'll need priority, and also we will need created at maybe, yeah, once we create. Later on we're gonna add more things, but for now it should be okay. Let's delete that and let's loop through our to-dos. Let's make a add for maybe for else, no, for else loop, yeah. Let's add for else, that's, and we can do add empty for add empty. We're just gonna open the new row dd. We're gonna give the call span. We have 4. Let's set the class text center. Here just gonna write now tasks found, and here we're just gonna loop as to-dos as to do. We don't need that row. We're gonna write to do title, to do description. We need to make relationship to pull with our priority. We don't have it yet, just leave it empty for now. And we're just gonna go to the created at. Let's see. Yeah, it's there. Before, please install one package. Just open Google and write Laravel debug bar. Just open this page. I will leave in description Laravel debug bar, and let's just install the debug bar as well. Just copy this compile require. Let's go back to our to do. Open the terminal. Paste that. Here we can debug our application. We can follow how many queries are executed, and we can optimize our code. Just it's a very good tool. I always use that to optimize queries and stuff like that. Okay, let's go to our to do model, and here we need to create one relationship. We're gonna call, actually I'm not gonna start the comment first, just gonna write public function priority. We have belongs to. Okay, what the heck is not happening here? We need to import that, import class. Yeah. Oh, sorry, if previous video I'm not really importing, please import the classes. My code editor actually doing for me. On public function priority. Yeah. And we're gonna return this belongs to priority class. And now we can access the priority. We go back to home. We just simply write to do. We access the priority, and we get from the priorities table, we getting the name. Let's open them up. We have our debug bar. Can you see? Open and we can see the queries. And one thing I don't like to be executed this much queries. That's called lazy loading. Don't do that. I'll show you a better thing to reduce your queries. When you load the relationships, you can always either load them. If you go back to do controller, not to do home controller, to do's, you pass with priority. Let's go back. Example, you have 5 queries. Let's refresh the page. We got only 4 queries. Yeah, because we access the session, we access the user. That's by default our application. And then we have only 2 tasks, and it's actually simple select all from priorities ID. It's 2 and 3 because this is for ID 2 and this is for ID 3. Perfect. We reduce the number of queries. Example, for now you just see the 1 query, but example, if you have 10 records from page, you will see that number will just double it. But for now, if you always do either loading in your controller, won't have any performance issues. Always do that. Let's go back to this one. We'll see what else we will need. Let's add some font awesome icons as well, because I like to have some icons there. We want to make some buttons. For example, you want to edit. Actually, we want to click to complete the task. We want to edit task. We want to delete the task. Let's go open font of some. Just simply write font awesome CDN. We can access this one CNGS. And let's copy this first one. Let's go back to our code. Let's open to do app. Let's go to our layouts. Let's go to the main layout and just simply do just after the bootstrap. Just add that piece of code there. Now we have our font awesome as well. Let's do the actions. Not actions, actually I want to give the some icon for that. We can do the actually class. We want to center this icon as well. Let's do text center. Let's go to font awesome and see what icons we can use it. Font awesome. Just open font awesome page and let's look for light, bold lighting or something. This one look good, bold lighting. Let's copy this one. Let's go back to our code. Put this one there. Let's see how it happened, how it look like. Perfect. We have this beautiful icon. Back to our code. And in here we probably want to add some buttons. Let's open the div with the class booster class btn group. We want the buttons to be small, maybe btn group small sm, and we want to center them as well, which you can just do a max auto. Let's add 3 buttons. Sorry. I'm gonna give it the first button class. Maybe first gonna be success. btn success. That's gonna be with a check. That's gonna be for a completed task. Let's go to font awesome. Look for a check. This one there. Let's open our code. Pass the check. What else we want edit as well. Let's do that. It's gonna be btn maybe what class warning. Look for a pencil maybe. Pencil. No matter what pen. Okay, pen. Let's paste this one. What else last? We want to delete btn danger. And let's add the trash icon, maybe trash. Gonna set up our layout first and then we're gonna work from there. Let's see how it look like. Guess not really center for some reason. Okay. Go back to that. Oh, maybe gonna add a class here. Class text center. Trick. Yeah, perfect. Okay, in the next video, you're gonna keep working with this to-dos. First, we're gonna create maybe the update page, and later on, we're gonna create a modal, some dynamic model for the to complete the task and delete the task. With the confirmation, we can create our own because I see this one have really beautiful model. I want to use in this project. This one there. And thank you for watching, guys. I see you in next video. Welcome back. On this video we're gonna create an edit page. Let's start working. We can actually close all the tabs. Too many tabs are open, just start clean. Let's open our resources views. Let's go to do and create a new file. Let's call this file edit.blade.php, and simply we can just copy all from here. Copy, paste. We can simply edit, something like that. I think edit to-do list will do, yeah. What we have here, yeah. For now, just leave like this. That's gonna be to do update, and here we're gonna pass to do ID. Okay, we don't have this variable available yet. Let's open our to do controller. Let's go to controller, up http controllers to do controller, and here we can just simply find our do. Yeah, let's do it here. Yeah. We can just access that auth user to do's where ID first or file, because automatically we have our authentication helper. We access authenticated user. He accepts the access the to-dos relationship from the user's model to to-dos, so we don't need to specify any user IDs. I'm just simply gonna do as to do. Also, we need to retrieve all our priorities, because in this we still have priorities. We need to retrieve them. We can simply maybe just copy these, paste in there, and we're gonna return the view. Return view to do edit. That's we're gonna access the folder to do edit file, and we're gonna compact to do and priorities comma and priorities. We can just simply write here get to do that's ID. Force or fail, that's a good method actually. If you read exit the query and get the force result or throw an exception. Example, if it fails, you're just gonna go to forward page, or we can even drop it and try catch, but in this case I'm fine with it. Let's go to the home.play.php file. An example that's gonna be added. You can do there's gonna be an anchor tag. Let's do the href. Open the double curly braces and we write to do, not to do, route, to do, edit, because we're gonna access the edit route, and we pass this ID. Let's say yeah, we have there. We don't have any values. You're gonna put the values right away. To do up, we on edit, and in here we want to pass. Let's start with the title, and here in all title we can just do the comma as to do. That's gonna be default one, to do title. Here the same, comma, default, to do title. And here's gonna be priority ID, default's gonna be as to do priority ID. Let's save it. Let's go back. Yep. Let's check this one. Yeah, it's working. Perfect. Now we can try to update our to do. Let's open our code. We already specified the route. And here, since if we write PHP artisan route list, you can do shorten. You can just do R:L. That's same as you write route list. And as we see, if we update, that's a put. So we need to pass the put method. We just simply write method put. Perfect. We can minimize that. Let's go to our to do controller, and we have our update method. Here we can do simply the same way. Actually, we can just copy all that. Let's go to our update. We're gonna change a couple things. Okay, we're gonna validate the data. We're not gonna update. We're not gonna create. We're gonna have to do's where ID is ID, because we already have access to our ID. We're gonna update with validated data. To do, here's gonna be ready back to success match. It's gonna be the same. Success to do updated successfully. Any validation errors, trouble. It's gonna update function for the user failed to update to do. Please try again later. Yes, just gonna double check everything. Okay, yeah. Holiday data. External relationship. We get where ID and update. Perfect. And we can try to update our to do. Updated. Okay, simply updated to, and we can change priority low. Submit. Yeah, it's finally updated. And now I see we have some code. Double example, we have this bet. It's same as there. For example, if we want to add more values, that's not gonna be a good way to keep your code very like. That's actual duplicates. We need to change that. For that, we can make the request. Simply write PHP artisan make request. How we gonna call it? We can call it to do request, because we can do all the validation our request. You can make custom requests as well. Since you have all the duplicates, you can do, as you see, it create a new folder. If you go to up http, we have requests to do request. Here we need to, you can just return through. We need to authorize this request through. Or sometimes I like to do that. I know it's not critical, maybe only me. If all check through, I also gonna return false. You can do that, or you can just return true. For me, I like to check. I like to do that. More defensive programming. Okay, and we can do our stuff in there, which can just simply copy that, paste that. Now to do request. Now we go. Let's go back. We can delete this one. And I'm gonna think that's disappear. We're just gonna do to do request. Please import the request on the top. And here we're gonna pass as request validated. This method validated. It's gonna get these values. This will update to do record for the authenticate user. Yeah. And here we can do the same. We can delete this one. Gonna to do request. Not all. Don't do that. Validate. Not validate. Validate that. The past. Yeah. Perfect. It's a bit shorter code as well. Let's get our application. We're gonna still try to validate. Works. Let's try to change the name to something. Delete that. Still appears there. Submit. Yeah. We can create new. Just check validation. Always test your code. By groceries. Not groceries. Groceries. Buy milk, bread, some snacks, and food for my cat. Yes, I do have a cat. Gonna put priority high because my cat is starving. I need to get the food for him ASAP. Yeah. Perfect. In the next lesson, we're gonna make some attributes. Example, I want change the colors for my table rows. Example, for all complete tasks, I want to be this color I want to be green, or for any high priority task I want this row be red. For any medium task I want not warning yellow, and for any low task I just want to keep as primary. And yeah, that's for next lesson. Thank you for watching. I'll see you next video. Welcome back. Today I want to talk about accessors mediators, if you go to Laravel documentation, for example this one, we can create our own custom attributes. For example, in here, what arrow shows example first name, we can return the attribute, takes first name's value, and it makes first letter as the capital. Okay, we can just simply test that by ourselves. We go to the to-do model, we can paste that. Since we have a title, example, you can do the title, and let's do everything uppercase. Example, it's not like that. Example, you see this not capitalized. We're gonna capitalize everything, str to upper, and if you check that, everything is capitalized. This is just small example we're going to do. Of course, we're not going to do that, I just show example. If you want to learn more about it, just go to Laravel documentation and you can have some homework to read about them. Very useful feature in Laravel, and we're going to use that right now. I'll show you what we're going to do. We can delete that. For example, first I want to create, for now we can start with we can add some nice maybe badge here with a color. And if you go to our theme, we have some nice badges here. For example, I want for priority low, I want just primary. For medium, I want this yellow, and for high, I want this danger one. Let's see what we have it. Let's copy one of them. Let's go back to our code. Let's open our home. Let's do there. You could do that. You can just example if, but at if priority slug example is low, then do that, else do that, but I don't like to do that in here. That's why we have accessors mediators in Laravel to make our code nice and clean. I'll show you how to do that now. If you just do protected function, we're gonna call batch class, and this time we're gonna return attribute, return attribute make. What we want to make, we need to get function, to the arrow function, and here we just need to maybe match our slug, priority slug. Yeah, we can access the relationship and check that. Add this, we access the relationship priority, we get the slug. Let's open parentheses and we check example high. Okay, yeah, this one needs to be closed. High, it will be BG danger, not normal. It's gonna be medium BG warning, and default is going to my autocomplete one. Default it's gonna be the BG primary. We don't like it there. We have attribute make get function this correct door. We have a high. Okay, make mistake somewhere. If you see, okay, didn't match. We need to match. Yeah, because we need to match. So, okay, and then we can take this batch class. Let's go to our home. We can simply delete this one. We can simply do s to do batch class. Let's say beautiful. What else we want? Maybe we want to make the table rows the same. We want to maybe make a table class. For example, this table success, but we can just delete that. And let's create another one. Let's go to do. Let's create another one. Protect all table class. Can return the attribute. You can actually copy that. This will be table success. I think they call table danger. Table danger, table warning, table primary. Let's do there. To do table class. Perfect. Maybe we want to make another attribute, something. Maybe in there. Yeah, let's create a completed attribute as well. I'm gonna call completed. Completed. And then the attribute. We can just copy that. Okay. Did copy something too much? Oh, right. Copy that again. Pretty. If this, we're gonna check if it's completed. It's completed. Then we're just gonna check simply if true. It's gonna be completed. Oh, and then not completed. Let's go back to our home page. Here we can just simply write completed. Completed. Let's check that. Not completed. Maybe you can do the same with the batch as well. What do you think, guys? Let's go to 2. Completed class. Batch class, my completed batch class. Gonna return the attribute. Maybe let's copy that. Get through, we need maybe PG danger. PG danger. PG success. Okay, we didn't add that. Let's copy this batch. Can do that. That's gonna be the completed batch. Batch class. Okay, I think I've done other way around through PG success. That's danger. Let's see. Perfect. Let's make some comments there as well. Batch class attribute specified, might be more specific. Table class attribute. Leave the attribute. Complete batch class attribute. It's looking great. So basically attributes we can just manipulate all the text. Example, if you go back, example you have address, or maybe you have different fields. Example, you have user model, you have first name, last name. You want to create a full name, you can do that with the attributes. You can just append the first name and the last name, or addresses, and you can do another bunch of stuff. Example, that's a good example as well. So, on the next video, we can start work in our conform models. Example, we want to delete and complete the task. Also, we already done the edit. Yeah, next video we're gonna make a model to conform to complete the task or to conform to delete the task. And one of the following lessons, we're gonna start working the filters, and later on in the course we're gonna make our breadcrumbs, and we're gonna finish the navigation as well. Thank you for watching. I'll see you then. Welcome back. In this video we want to create, once we click this button, check or trash, we want to open the model. I want to open this model. If you go to this website, I will leave a link in the description. This is the theme we are using. Let's copy this model first. Let's copy entire code. Let's go to our code. Let's open resources, views, layouts, main layout. Let's go to the main layout and paste this code here. And also we can leave a comment. So, model. Also give a class of fade. Let's give you a nice animation. Also we can give the ID of example. We can just give ID of model. Yeah, same ID as a class. Also we can clean this up. We don't need a title. We need a title h5 attribute, but we can remove any text. Same in a model body as well. Just remove the text. Let's see what we have. And let's wrap all the content in a form. It's going to be the post method. We can remove the action, because action we're gonna actually do dynamically with JavaScript. For now we can just give ID of task action form. Let's give the CSR F token as well, and let's make one hidden input. That's gonna be, because we need for delete, so we need to put the method delete, but we can't do that here. But since we can manipulate, it's gonna be the same as that one, so we can just do the underscore method ID of form method, and we simply can change the values through the JavaScript as well. We can just give the value of post or delete. Okay, delete that. We can just leave this one. We can give the comment Laravel method spoofing. Oh, let's do that. Yeah, it looks right to me. And let's write some JavaScript. If we see, we already load our JavaScript file in here. Please start your white development. If you haven't started yet, just go to terminal, go to your application, run npm run dev. And let's go to our JS file. Let's try to see if anything returns there. Console.log example1. Let's go to our application. Let's go to inspect element. Yeah, it's come from our app.js successfully. Perfect. Let's go to our application. Let's go to the home page. And in here, in these buttons, we can use the dataset attributes just to pass things like, example, that's going to be, this button is going to be to complete the task, this button is going to be to delete the task, and we can simply do this. Okay, good intent bar, data action, it's going to be complete. Also we need a ID, data ID is going to be to do ID. Also we want the title. For now I think that's fine. We can copy this. Walk through my code. Let's do the same thing in here, but that's going to be data action delete, so delete. Okay, and also let's give the class, because we will need to add event listeners for these two buttons, click listeners. So let's add the class. Let's call the task action btn. Let's give the same class to the delete button as well. Let's open our JavaScript file. And before we do that, because since I want to use the same syntax, I want to use similar way we're making routes in Blade. I want to use the similar way in JavaScript. Before we're doing that, let's open the web browser, and please go to this website, GitHub Titan Ziggy. I will leave this link in description. Just scroll down and install to the composer this. Install Ziggy in your Laravel app via composer. Just copy that. Go to your application and just install this one. And also I will leave this link in the description, and also install this npm package as well. So once you install these two packages, let's import them. Import route from. We need to access this row from the vendor folder. Vendor Titancor, whatever spells. And also we need to import this npm package. Ziggy from ziggy.js. We don't have this file available yet, but we can do this way. Once we go to this GitHub page, if we scroll down, we need to generate all the routes. We can copy that. But before you do that, let's go to our .env file. Yes, it's compliance confined, so don't worry about that yet. For example, I have my app URL. I want to copy because I use the pretty URLs. Let's go back. If you use any pretty URLs, please use your app URL in here. Let's go to our terminal and simply write php artisan ziggy :generate. It will generate the route files for us, and they are gonna be available in here, as you say. Now why stop complaining now. Yeah, perfect. Let's console.log our ziggy. Console.log ziggy. And yeah, we have all the URLs. We can access them now in our JavaScript. That's gonna be it for this lesson. In the next video, we're gonna start writing some JavaScript to add event listeners for our buttons, and we're gonna get the model, and we're gonna display conditionally model for delayed action or completed action. Thank you for watching. I'll see you next video. Hello. In this video, we're gonna keep working with our app.js file. Since I want to encapsulate this function, just simply do the same way, and in the first emphasis just write function open curly braces, and let's see if we're gonna console.log. It's there. Yeah, it's come from there. Perfect. Just let's write some bits. So first we need to initialize the model. Model wants using its element ID. First you're gonna get a model element, const model element, gonna be document dot get element by ID, and we'll give an ID of model. Const, yeah. And if we have model element, gonna create new bootstrap model, new bootstrap dot model element, else can be null, because you can use that for early access. That's come from the bootstrap itself. Since we already load bootstrap, we have our bootstrap.js file and CSS file. It's make these things available for us automatically. Let's select all the action buttons. Select all the task action buttons. We have buttons like complete and delete. Let's select them. Const action buttons, gonna be document query selector all we can use, and we have this class task action btn. let's console.log to see what we have. If we have model, and maybe we can also console log this just to see. Yeah, we have a model and we have all the buttons. Here we can exit early. Example, if there is no button, action buttons and no model found, so we simply do the let's make comment exit early if there are no sorry about my text and writing today. Let's order model is unavailable. Simply do if statement if no action buttons dot length or there is no model. It's just gonna simply return. So we're exiting this function early. Next, we can cache all the model elements to avoid any repeated DOM lookups. So we can simply write cache model elements to avoid repeated DOM lookups. What we want to cache, if we go to our main.blade, we have model title, we have model body, we have a form, and we have a form method. Let's do them all. Const model title document dot get element by ID, and we have ID of model title. Go back. Let's give the ID for this model title. And let's give the ID to model body as well. Model body. That's correct, yeah. Model title. Model body. Also like to finish that. Let's get a form now. Const form document dot get element by ID, and we have a form task action form. Next we want this method input. Let's copy this ID for method. Go back to our JavaScript. We can call just method input. Okay. Now we're gonna attach the event listeners to each task action button. Okay. We can just simply use the for each. Attach click event listeners to each task button action button. Okay. We just write action buttons for each. We're gonna get the button. Let's do the arrow function. Now we're gonna get the button, single one. We're gonna just simply button add event listener. We're gonna add event listener click. Let's open the arrow. For now, we're just gonna do console.log, and we can simply write clicked to see if anything there. Clicked, 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 as you see. Perfect. We have some progress there now. So next we probably want to extract all these values. Example, we need the action. We need to determine it's a complete action or delete action, and also we need the ID and title. Extract required data attributes. We can simply do this way. We need the action or curly brace action. Also we need ID and also we need title, and we get that from the button.data set. Let's console.log, for example, action. Let's go back to our application. Complete, delete, complete, delete. First, we can actually check another earlier return example. We can validate required values before showing the model. We can do that. Validate required values before showing the model. Simply let's do if statement if no action or no ID or no title. What else we can check? We can check the form method input as well, or no form or no method input. We're just gonna simply return. Now we can use the switch statement because we can switch between two actions. Example, we need a complete and delete. Simply let's do we need to update the model content based on requested action, so we can just simply write update model content based on the requested action. Let's make a switch statement. We get the action. Let's open curly brace, and we can do the case complete. Let's break now. Then we can do case. What's complete? Case delete. Let's break. And we can do the default as well, but default we're just gonna return default. If there is none of these cases complete or delete, we just return. So what we want to do in here, example, we're getting model title and we're getting model body. Example, for complete, we can just give the text content. For example, are you sure you want to complete this task? We're simply getting model title dot. You can do inner HTML, or I like to do text content, and we just simply write, are you sure you want to complete this task? We can give the body as well, model body dot text content. Let's open, well, let's open with this with the backslashes it's called, or something like that, because we want to give a text and append with the title. We're just gonna say please confirm that you want to complete a task, and in the double quotes we just get the title. Then we're gonna add a form action, but we don't have a route for this action at the moment, so we just do form action, just for now, just let's go single quotes and just give the hashtag just for now. And then we're gonna get method input. We have it available in here. Method input dot value. It's gonna be post value. Let's copy all these. Let's make a delete. It's gonna be same. Or if you want to delete this task, please confirm that you want to delete the task title. And that's gonna be a method input of delete. And we have this route. We can check if we have this route, but I think we have it, yeah. If we check, we just write PHP artisan route list. Example, we have to do, yeah, to do destroy. Since we have all these routes available through our Ziggy package in JavaScript, we can simply access them like this. We simply write route to do destroy. We pass an ID. We get ID from here. And then we pass through, because I want a full link, I need to pass our ziggy.js file, which one we imported in here. Simply Ziggy. What else we need? Once we finish all these, we need to show the modal. And we simply just get our modal and bootstrap function. So let's see if it's working. Yes. Or if you want to complete this task, please confirm that you want to complete the task by groceries. I can close it. Or if you want to delete this task, please confirm that you want to delete task by groceries. We can close it. In the next video, we're gonna post these two forms. First, we're gonna make a route to complete the task, and also we have all the route ready, but we need to write a function for it. Actually, we have a function, we just need to write the logic for it to do delete the task. And also we're gonna fix this complaint that's coming from modal, because actually it's closing modal and still something gets focused inside the modal, so we need to fix that as well. It won't hurt, it won't be a big issue with this warning, but if we can fix that, it's better to fix it. Thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video we're gonna make a route to complete our task, and we're gonna give the route here. We will need to regenerate the ziggy.js file. Okay, let's start working. Let's go to the routes, web.php, and here we want that route. Actually in here we can just simply write route colon post, and we want to similar way, we just post to the to do slash, we get this to do slash complete, and we pass our controller, open the brackets, square brackets, we do to do controller class, and we're gonna create a function called complete, and we're gonna give the name for this route. Name, we're gonna just to do dot complete. This function doesn't exist yet. We're gonna create this function right now. Go to to do control, we can make it. We can just write after update. Let's write bubble like function complete. Oh, sorry, my cat is meowing in the background. Just gonna let him in the room. He's like that. Request string, and we're getting ID as well, since it's a post request. And here we can do the similar way like here. Once we update, just let's copy all these, and we're actually gonna do to-dos. We're gonna find or fail. Find or fail ID. And we're gonna update as complete that we're gonna set to true. Then we're gonna redirect back, just return back. But success, we're gonna just say to do complete that successfully. And here it's gonna be the same. We're gonna it's not gonna be validation, it's actually gonna be a different one. We can just simply just follow me. Illuminate. We need to find any model not found exceptions. Model not found if something goes wrong. Data base backslash l want slash model not. I can misspell this one. Yeah, think like that. Model not found exception. My database. Not model not found. Yeah, write this down. And here we're just gonna simply just return to do not found. We can do that, yeah. And here in throwables to do controller complete function error for user and failed to complete not to do. Please try again later. Can just simply leave a comment. White on error if the to list was not found. Basically we catch this one. If it fails this step, we catch that and we just simply read it back with the error message to generate one. Okay, let's leave the comment for this one. You can write mark as specified to do item as completed for the authenticated user. Yep, that's fine. Let's regenerate the routes. Simply by php to run ziggy:generate. Let's go back to our JavaScript file, and in here we can pass the route to do complete. We pass an ID. We want the full route, and we passed our ziggy.js file. We can try to complete this route now. This task now. For example, I buy groceries. Let's complete. Didn't post for some reason. Let's see. Let's go back to our to-do hub. Let's go to the main. Type submit. Didn't change the type for a button. Let's try again. Refresh the page. Well done to do completed successfully. Did it update it? Check our database. It actually did, but didn't change our completed patch. Let's see why. Let's go to our model. If this is completed, then complete. I think if we go to the user model, I think we need to cast. This basic cast attribute example, we have, once we register the password, we don't need to do that manually because cast is possible hash. We just let's simply copy that, paste it in there, and we write is completed, and we write boolean. I guess we can do that. Yeah, you need to cast that. Perfect. Yeah, it comes from there. This is completed. We need to cast to the boolean, not the integer. And once we cast that, we get this beautiful batch. But also I want this to be green as well. But how we can do that? I think the table class, we're getting table class. I think we need to do if statement. We can do if this is completed. If this returns the true, we can give the table success, and else we match our fields. Let's intend that better. Refactor the code. That's basically gonna be this will override everything. So override if completed. Otherwise, you can use the priority. Let's see. Refresh the page. Perfect. How does this look? Looks great to me. Example, we can complete this task. Complete. Well done to do. Completed successfully. Now we want to delete, but it don't work now because in our destroy function we need to write the logic. Let's go to our destroy. We can actually wrap everything try catch as well. It's a good way to do that. Since we're gonna use the same model, not found exception, and destroy as well. Simple. Let's do this. We're gonna find or fail by its ID, and we're gonna simply delete. Then we're gonna to do deleted successfully. We can simply delete the to do record for the authenticator. That's better successful to that's better to do not found. We can leave the same. We can just copy this. Log error to do control destroy function error for the user out failed to delete that to do. Please try again later. Let's see if it's working. Let's example delete this one. Well done to do delete successfully. For now we are successfully done all the CRUD operations. Example, we can complete the task, but actually we can complete this task twice. Let's make this button disable. If it's already completed, we don't want the user just click that button all the time. So where's the complete success? And simple here we can just write at if to do is completed, then basically it's gonna be disabled at and if. Yeah. I know user can simply go there. Example, I can inspect element where this actually this one. I can delete that, disable, and I can still click it. We can prevent that, maybe a bit of JavaScript, I guess. If we go here, maybe we can just pass another action, I guess. Yeah, we can do that. Why not? We can do just simply write data completed. Gonna be at. This is gonna cast to the JSON. We can use easier to use in JavaScript to do is completed. Let's see if we have it. Data completed true. Let's get that in our JavaScript. And here we're gonna extract this as well. Completed. And we can do another one. We need to actually check if action is complete. And also we need to parse this completed to the JavaScript. We just simply do another check. Check if the task is completed before proceed. Simply do if action is complete. This is this switch statement. And we need to parse JSON because we need to convert. It comes as the string. So we need to convert to Boolean in JavaScript. JSON parse completed. If action is complete, if this is true and this is true, we're gonna simply return. We can test that by just for a second removing this one. Once I click it, my JavaScript prevents that. We can still delete. This task complete, we can't click it anymore. We can also put back this one, so we got some 2 safeguards there. That's great. And the next video we're gonna start making filters. Also we're gonna fix our navigation. We're gonna make the breadcrumbs, and also this drop down I want to display my name there. And the following videos we're gonna create a profile page. Thank you for watching. I'll see you in next video. Welcome back. Actually we can start to build our filters, our navigation and breadcrumbs. But for things I want to clean up small things. Example, this padding's too big to me. I want this be like a card table. For example, we can change that, and also I want this table to be responsive as well, because it doesn't look great on mobile version. So let's do it. Let's go to our code. Let's open to do. Let's go to home page, and there's a car body. We're just gonna give the padding of 0. Then we're gonna create another div. We're gonna give the class of table responsive. This is bootstrap class for table. Let's cut our table and paste in this div. Let's see how it looks like. Yeah, it looks better. Next we can clean up a couple more things. Example, for our filters we want priority and task completed or not completed and the search. So we can simply just create another card body inside this card. We give another div with the class row, and we're gonna open, we're gonna give the call md4 core call large 4, and for the small screens, mobile screen, we want this call to be full width. Let's copy this 2 more times. But first we need to get actually priorities as well. If you go to our home controller, we can simply get this one. Don't forget to import your model priorities to do's. We can also write retrieve all tasks let's pass our priorities. Now here we have priorities available as well. Let's go back to home page. And example, we can take that priority when we create layouts to do create. Can simply copy all that. I don't think we will need error or something, but we can just paste it in there. Yeah, let's do that. That's not going to be disabled. Yeah, that's fine. For now, that's fine. The next one, we want another option. We want to check if it's going to be completed or not completed. We don't need any error checks in here. Can simply delete them. Phone control. Okay. It's gonna be please select, and we will have two options. Here's gonna be just complete, completed, not completed. And we're gonna give the value of 1, value of 0, and we want this search on this bit. That search. I want this search to be as an input group. Phone control, yeah. We can remove all these. We don't need that, and we don't need this. I might too. Just a panic. Let's see how it look like. Let's give the label for this one as well. I think we can give it here. Yes, looks a bit cleaner, looks nice. Let's fix all these inputs. Label, form priority, priority ID, yeah. It's completed, for completed. We can give name completed, ID of completed. Remove all these error checks. On the search, type search, placeholder search. We're gonna give the name of search. Type submit. That's not gonna be in the font. It's gonna be a div because we're gonna drop entire filters in the form. Yeah, we can do that. Maybe here. We need to give the CSRF token. Ah no, we don't need this one because the method's gonna be get. For a get, we don't pass really any CSRF tokens. And we're just gonna get from this page. We're gonna write all the logic. Home.index. Okay, we can leave this one as this for now. So card looks great. Let's do the maybe breadcrumbs first. So for a create page we want the breadcrumb, for edit page we want breadcrumbs. So let's go back to our code. Oh, okay, it doesn't work even. Let's go to our to do create. Let's open the PHP. We got end PHP page title create. We can do this in my create a to-do list. And we can pass the route as well. Page route be route to do create. Let's go to our edit page. Edit to do list to do edit, and we pass ID to it. What else? Let's go to our components breadcrumb, and here we can simply, that's gonna be home always. Route home.index. Can simply just say home. And here we need to check these where, like, if page title is set and if page route is set, we're just gonna rub this list item, and if is set page title and is set page route. Let's finish if statement, and we can simply do it there. Yeah, there's gonna be active one. Here we can give the anchor link. Here we just pass page route. Here we pass page title. Let's see. Let's create. Perfect, create a to-do list. Create a to-do list there as well. Let's go back home. Let's edit. Edit to-do list. We have both available there and there. Let's fix our navigation as well. Let's go back to our code. Let's open navigation bar. And here we have a home. We can write simply route home.index. And maybe we can pass another one. We can just, yeah. Maybe we can delete these ones. Don't need it. We have home. Maybe we can just simply write same create to list. Let's refactor it. And here's gonna be to do.create, not create.index, to do.create. And here we want conditional at active class and role. We can do that like this: if request like this, request route s, and pass the route home.index, then we give active, and then we're gonna just finish end if. It's gonna give us condition in the active class, and here to do.create. You can add more if you like. And here at dropdown, just want to display the authenticated username of user name. Yeah, we have created do. As you see, it's give the condition active class home, created do, home. And the next video we're gonna start where these filters up, and also we're gonna add the pagination, and we're gonna make our filters, example like priority, complete, and search work seamlessly, and with the pagination as well. I'm gonna show you how to do that next video. Thank you for watching. I'll see you then. Welcome back. In this video we're gonna start making our filters to get them working with the pagination as well. Okay, by simply first I just close it all, too many things are opened. Let's go to up, HTTP controllers, home controller, and in here we want to get our filters and we want to make the lookup by them filters. So first we getting get request, always getting request, we can access on our functions like this, and then we're gonna extract all the search filters, extract search filters from the request, and we can simply just write filters. It's gonna be request filters only, and we open the array, and what we want, we have a priority ID, also we have a completed, and also we have a search query. And next we want to assign to the query. We basically getting this one. Can actually delete this one. We actually access all user to-dos with priority, assigned to the query variable. Next step, okay, let's give the command for this one. Start query for the authenticated users to use and eager low priority, because we eager loading all the relationships immediately. We don't want to do lazy loading. That's a critical performance issue in any application. Next, we want to get all the columns from our to-dos table in the SQL database. Get all column names from the to-dos table. And we can just write columns. You need to get the schema. Get column listing to-dos. And we need to import the schema, import class, element support facade schema. Import this. And now we need to apply the filters. Apply search filter across all columns if search value exists. We can check if it's not empty, filters search. If not empty, filters, because we're gonna get this in array, search. Then we're getting our query variable. We do query where function query. We're gonna use columns and filters. Use columns, comma, filters. And then we're gonna loop with a for each loop for each columns as column, and we simply do access our query or where column like filters search. It's basically gonna look by all columns if it match any of the names from the search. Next, we can filter by priority selected, filter by priority if selected, simply if not empty filters priority ID, then we get in query variable again, query where priority ID is filters priority ID. Next, we can filter task completed or not completed. Filter by completed status if selected. And we're gonna do the similar way. F is set filters completed and filters completed is not empty string. Delete that. Then you just simply query where is completed. Filters completed because we're getting only integer 1 or 0. Next, we're gonna get all to-dos as to-dos query. We're gonna order by same ID descending because we want all the latest records first, and also we can paginate right now. Paginate 10, and also we want with query strength. That's important because in the pagination we still want to use our filters. Here we can just write retrieve to do's or order by newest first and paginate. That's all we need to do. And also we need to pass the filters as well back to the overview. Filters. We pass this ones back to overview as well. This is done. Let's open our home page. Views, home. And here we need to change a couple of things. For example, we have priority ID, and here we're gonna check a couple of things because we have set filters and this set filter match that ID passed from the filters, and here we still want to be that selected. So we can just simply do this, and we write if a set filters priority ID at the last line and filters priority ID is same as this ID, same as priority ID, then we want to selected, else we don't want anything. Let's see if it's working. Let's change this priority high, save, and here example we have medium, search, no task found, high. Okay, it's getting. Okay, we're gonna fix that in a second. Priority ID. Okay, we need to add the values, empty values for this one. Value empty and value empty. Let's try again. High. Yes, it's working. Medium and none. Perfect. We want to do the same for the completed, not completed. Simply we can copy actually maybe that. If filters completed and filters completed is 1, then select it. Oh, sorry. And if filters completed is 0, then select it, no completed. Same for the input, we can add the value, and we're gonna check it. Filters, search, and if you don't have anything, you're gonna fall back to the empty string. Let's see if it's working. Let's create another task. Other task. This task is very nice. Let's put low. Submit. This filter is not completed. We search by not completed. Not completed. We search by completed. All completed. We can clean the filters. Also we can search low. Not completed. Same, it works great. Works great. Or maybe we can just groceries. Let's test our search. Perfect. It's fully working. For now, actually, we finally finish our filters and our tasks. Simple CRUD operation in Laravel. I hope you guys enjoy, but this is not it in this videos. Because for the next, we're gonna create a profile page as well. I think that's very useful thing. Thank you for watching. I'll see you next video. Welcome back. Actually, in previous video we forgot to do the pagination. This is very simple in Laravel. And let's add the pagination first. Let's go to do. But first we need to go to providers. We have app service provider and boot. And here, because since we want to use the Bootstrap 5 pagination, it's actually already built in a framework as well. We can just simply call like this: paginator -des default view, not vendor, is gonna be pagination Bootstrap 5. And also we need to import the paginator class. Is gonna be from the illuminate paginator. Import the class illuminate paginator. So that's automatically doing for us. Actually, here's a bit wrong. Pagination colon Bootstrap -5. Let's go back to our home page. We don't want to add our pagination. Maybe just outside the table. And here, before we can do some safety, I like to do that. We just simply can write to-dos is instant of illuminate contracts paginator class. We're gonna endf just like safety. So we're gonna open the div, and here we're just gonna write to-dos links. It will, framework will handle all these links automatically by itself. We can actually test that. We can simply, because I don't have enough priorities yet, we can just simply paginate by one record just for testing purposes. Let's refresh the page, and you see we have pagination. It's all inside the framework. On page 2, page 3. But it's very stick because I put the for car body padding 0, but we can actually fix that in here. We can give it some class on px maybe 3. Yeah, it looks great. This is how we add pagination in Bootstrap, and it's not alone Bootstrap. They have also Tailwind pagination. You can read more about pagination in Laravel documentation. This makes this Laravel framework so great because you already have so many built-in features. You just can simply use them. This is great. So next, we can maybe start creating our profile page. First, we need to create a controller. We need the routes. We just need maybe 2 routes. I think we need index route or maybe update route. We can still create a resource controller for it. Let's go. Let's write PHP artisan make controller. We can call maybe profile controller, and let's do the resource. Let's open our profile controller. Profile controller. We will need only index. Show we don't need it. Edit we don't need it. We just only need update in index. Let's make routes for it. Just gonna create new route. Resource route. I can create resource route. We're gonna call profile. Yeah, accept index and show. No, we need only index and update. We're just gonna write only index and update. We only method, we just specify we only need 2 routes for index and update functions, and framework will handle that automatically by itself. That's the beauty to use resource controllers. Make your file a bit shorter. Also in the future, if you want, you can actually split. Example, you have big application, a lot of routes. It doesn't matter, you have resource routes, but you still massive application. You can split in multiple files. Example, future you have admin panel and stuff like that. It's just a small example. Okay, we have profile control on index method. Let's check them routes. PHP artisan route list. Yeah, we have profile update. Perfect. Let's make a new view file. We're gonna create new directory. We're gonna call profile. And here we can just name this view index.blade.php. Okay, let's go to the home. We don't need this one. We don't need that one. We'll need this one. Oh, we don't need this one either. We can minimize that. Let's go to our views, components, navigation bar, and let's pass the link route profile.index. Let's go to our this page. We need to extend layouts.main. We can also do the PHP stuff. Page as page. Oh, sorry, not s $sign page title. We can call my profile, and here we can pass the route as well. Page route. It's gonna be the route profile.index. Let's do the section content and section profile. Let's see. Okay, we didn't return the view from all controller. Return view profile.index. Let's go back. Yeah, we have profile. For example, here I want to update my name, email, and password, and also I want to confirm identity, to confirm any changes to update my profile. Okay. Let's open our code editor. You can close the navigation bar. And here, let's first open the form. Method going to be post. I know that's action. That's going to be route. For that, let's pass the route. We go into the profile update, and then we pass authenticated user ID. The door is going to be protected. You won't be available to update other people's profiles. I'll show you how to do that. I know you can just expect element pass the random ID, but I will show you safety beside that, because actually requested by our resource control, we have to pass that. Method is going to be put. We need to pass the CSRF token. And here we can open the card div. We're going to give the margin button 3 because I wanted 2 cards. And here, this one doesn't need it. And here we can give the card header, but I want to be as h3 tag. I'm just gonna say profile. No, h3 dot card header. And here gonna write profile. Next, we can open the card body. And let's do some row. And call md6. Call large 6 and call sm12. Maybe copy this a couple more times. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. And let's go to our maybe auth register page, because we want to update all these values. We can copy these. We can copy all that. Oh, we need to actually copy one by one because I got a call. Yeah, there. So we got the name. We have an email. We will have a password. To change password, new password. Also, we'll have a conform if we want to change it. We want to change a password in the conform. If it matches password, we need to make sure everything works. Yep. And here we can start changing a couple things. Example, that's gonna be new password, confirm new password, and the names I can leave the way they are. Okay, that's gonna be old name, but default's gonna be auth user name email. It's gonna be, we can actually copy that. We don't need to write all this. Auth user email. For password, we don't want that. Next card. Let's do space there. Let's do h3.cohort header. Let's press the tab, and it's gonna be confirm identity. Give the card body, and here we can just simply maybe copy this one. No, we just want a full width. We can copy all that. Yeah, this is gonna be current password. To confirm any changes, we need to use the current password. Type password, error current password. No, right, current password. password, current password. It's gonna be for current password, but I don't like my IDs to be the underscore. I like with hyphen on ID. What else we need? We will need buttons to the submit the form. It's okay, we can maybe just get from there. Yeah. Please don't be types register, we just simply write submit. And here maybe we're gonna get another, it's not gonna be bottom, it's just gonna be anchor tag with the href. We're going to just, if you press console, we're just gonna take the user to the home page. Home.index btn outline danger. This gonna be console. Let's see how it look like. Looks beautiful. Perfect. This video getting a bit long. In the next video we're gonna start with the validation and we're gonna try to update our profile. Thank you for watching. I'll see you next video. Welcome back. I noticed actually our created ad doesn't look too great. This is very like SQL message. You can still understand that, but let's change that. If you go back to our code, we go to home.blade.php and we are getting less as to do create that. We can simply, we have the helper called diff for humans. Let's check that now. 15 hours ago, 25 minutes ago, 14 hours ago. And let's go to our home controller. Let's paginate by 10. Let's go to do. Yeah, that's all done. I know it's like 15 hours ago I started doing this video because actually I was start doing it and then I just take my whole evening off. I was just watching movies and stuff. Just chill out, and only this morning back to continue with this video tutorial. So okay, let's go back to our profile page. And here we probably want to do some validation for the form. We might want to create policy, but I don't think it's a point to create a policy because we're not gonna get user by its ID posed by form. Yeah, it's required because we use the resource control. We need to append with some ID. But yeah, let's actually first thing, let's go back to our code. Let's open the terminal, close com controller, we can close register, we can just leave open index, and let's open the terminal and let's create new request. PHP artisan make request, we can call profile request. Your request, we create a new request, profile request, and where's auth control? We can actually take some things from here. Let's take that. It's gonna be a bit different. Okay, name is required string, many of Tucker, maximum 255. Email is required string email. It's gonna be unique user's email, but also we need to check against our own. We want to exclude our email, like otherwise it's gonna fail. We can simply do auth ID. That's actually authenticate user ID. It will exclude my email, but we'll check against other ones because otherwise we're not gonna do that. Will fail. It's gonna say it's all the email be taken or something like that. Password can be nullable because it's gonna be optional. String unconfirm. Actually, you can delete that string from here. It's gonna be conform. Password confirmation It's gonna be nullable, just nullable. What else? And we need a current password as well. Current password will be required, and we already have a helper called current password. And here I like to do all checks. You don't have to, you can just return true. That's me. I'll check. I'll check, then I will return true, or else I'm just gonna return false. That looks great. Let's go profile controller. We do our request. To do request, don't forget to import your request on the top. Let's see. Let's try to submit the form with a. Okay. Let's go back to our code to see. Profile update officer ID. Name required. We have all your name. Online index update, yeah. Let's try to DD if we're getting, and if it hits our Let's go back to our code. We have a form. Type submit. Method post, method put. That looks correct to me. We're getting all the values. For example, I'm gonna try to post with empty. Okay. Let's go profile. Let's remove this request. I want to see if it hits my request. Yeah, it does. Let's go back. Oh, not to do request. It's a profile request. You probably guys already noticed. Yeah, it sometimes happens. Alright, just gonna make my coffee. Yeah, current password field is required. Example, I put a wrong password. Okay, let's go back to our application. The name. Current password. Current password, yeah. I just changed that. This was wrong, so it was the hyphen and underscore. Yeah, current password field is required. We put password in it. Password is incorrect. Perfect. Let's go back to our profile controller. We can just simply get our user like this. Oh. We can make policy, but I think policy not gonna do anything in this case because we are not getting our user by ID from the this ID. We are not getting the ID just required by our route, so we're just gonna do like this: get the currently authenticated user. We're simply gonna assign to the variable user. It's gonna be as auth user, and we're gonna get the validated data. Get validated data. It's gonna be as well validate request validated. And for the password, we need to check if not empty. We're gonna call this data. If not empty data password. Data password. Then we're actually gonna hash the password anyway. And I think it should work anyway. But again, we're gonna hash it. Bcrypt a data password. Else we need to remove this. We need to avoid overwriting existing password. Unset data password. We need to do that. And just simply gonna do as user update data. And we can just return redirect back. Back with success. We can say your profile has been updated successfully. Like this. Perfect. Let's try it. Let's put our current password. John Doe 2. John Doe 2. Perfect. We can also change a password. Example, I'm gonna set a new password. And enter the current password. All the new password will be successful. I'm gonna put my old password. Perfect. An example, I'm gonna put the new password I put. Perfect. It's working. As you see, it was very simple to work with Laravel. It's not very complicated framework. Once you get your head around, it's actually very easy to build beautiful applications with it. And if you have any requests, you want to maybe put more features into this to-do app, and maybe you want me to do some new videos with it, just leave in comments below. Subscribe my channel. Of course, if you're gonna get some good feedback, more subscribers, I will make new videos. My next idea about video maybe to create a blog website with the admin panel with roles, but it's only if you guys request. If you're gonna be very silent, so probably I won't do it. I hope you guys enjoyed, and I'll see you in the future. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Thank you, bye bye, all the best. Maybe some of you guys notice, example, I'm opening this modal. If I just click it here, I don't have this wording, but if I click here, an example, I close, I'm getting some weird behavior. This is basically the accessibility fix. So it's basically once we open the modal, we close one of these buttons. For example, we'll have this one. One of them stay focused, and we get this warning by Chrome. We can actually fix that very easily. If we could go back to our code and close all. Let's go to resources.js, up the JS file, and maybe just right here below, we can just write accessibility fix. Just simply write modal element dot add event listener, and we will listen for hide dot bootstrap dot modal, comma, arrow function, and then we're gonna get all focused elements. So it's gonna be only one const focused, model element, query selector, single quotes or double quotes, and we go by focus. And then we simply if focused, then we can blur this focused out. Blur. Spelling again. And if we go back, we refresh the page. I open this one, I close, and you see it's gone. That was 2 minutes only. We already finished the video in previous video. I just noticed we need to finish. I haven't fixed that for you guys. Actually, I told it we will fix that. We didn't, but the end of the video we actually fixed that. And thank you for watching, guys, this tutorial, and I'll maybe see you guys in the future. Please press subscribe and give me good feedback if you guys really enjoy this tutorial, and maybe give me some suggestions about next tutorial, what you guys want to see I build. I will listen to community feedback. I'm not gonna build something like maybe what people are not interested. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you for following these lessons, these videos. Thank you. Bye bye.